There we go. We just stopped in the desert, and I think we found the way right before a boss in this oasis. We're looking for a thief who stole a book, I think, from some mages. Wait, is this a dead end? Oh. Okay. I thought that was the right way. Well, let's look around. I guess it's just a save point. Today we have to figure out how to do magic. The Northern Dunes. I know we went the right way. Oh, I really need to switch the halo off. Last time we used the halo, it's not bad, but it's more for buffing, I feel. Ooh. Experience. Let's see. So, player 1. Okay, we don't need halo. Golden Spires was cool. This road is closed. What do you mean it's closed? Take another path. Just beat up the kids. Push past them. You're gonna force your way through, huh? You're in trouble now. Let's take him down. Okay, never mind. Okay, we're not... wait, oh, you can just go through them? Haha. Okay. Just push past all the kids. Hey, wait for me. Oh, this must be the right spot. We made it. Mafians is as strong as 2 regular sorcerers. You'd better check your equipment before confronting him. Oh? I mean, it's not like there's a lot of equipment in the game so far. Are you ready? Yeah. Let's go. I think so. There's not a lot of equipment you can buy. Katinja, so glad you came. Well, is he a goblin? Stop whatever it is you're doing and return the spell book. Book? Oh, the thing. I discarded it. What? Quite a useful book, I'd say. I memorized everything in it. Would you like to see how a star is born? Are you going to make one? With that machine? That's not all. I intend to make the stars move as I wish. No, you wouldn't. I would. I'm going to destroy this world by making all the stars full. I won't let you. There's nothing you can do to stop me. The boss music? Yeah, I wanted to say the boss music's rock. They're so good. This game just has great soundtrack. Ow. Okay, golden spire. Hey, that's probably not gonna be good in the desert. Did he just push him out? Okay, magic up. Nice. Blaze. Well, I should use the bubbles. I don't like this in the game. It happens too often. If the AI is using an ability, oh nice. It makes the enemy invulnerable. If it's, for example, like the eye there. If it's a faster animation than my casting time, then by the time I finish my cast, they become invulnerable. There we go. Bubbles! Gotta be careful. Maybe I want a pet that doesn't do a lot of special attacks. Ooh. I wonder how the enemy will be. Oh yeah, if you didn't hear, they announced that the intro from the beginning of the game is actually gonna be an anime. So it's pretty exciting. Are you alright? That was easy. He tried to blow me right out of the desert. We have to stop him. Don't do it, Mephians. Though it could be just Mephian. Now that I think about it. And now for the greatest show of all time. No! Wait, what? He was only doing fireworks? Well, that was a good show. Okay, that was actually pretty cool. Take this. Platinum. What? He looks awesome. Well, that was for nothing. Never mind about blowing up a star or something. Oh wait, that was not oh, that's not an artifact we got. Oh well. Oh, there's a junkyard. Let's go home. We gotta check out the cactus. Here we go. Oh, yeah, he's not joining. I can't find Pearl. I don't know where she is. Warner Brothers Japan is making it. Should be good. We'll see. It still sounds like a hit or miss, but it looked cool. Fireworks! Look cool from the cutscene at least. Boo. Reach for the stars. Oh, I missed so many things, I feel. A sorcerer did a little ancient magic in the desert. I was watching too, and it was really cool. I guess the ancient people thought of better ideas back then. That's a lot of quests. So apparently based on how you place the environments on the map and everything, you get new side quests and such. Now I'm beginning to worry. All right, let's see if we have anything here. I'm really happy that they're releasing Trials of Mana on mobile as well. That's again a great game, especially if someone hasn't played it. If that's gonna be well playable on mobile, like that's a really good game then. I'm curious how the, what was it? Spirit of Mana, right? That's the mobile game they announced. That seems to be based on Trials of Mana as well. Boom. Heartman. Oh, Echo of Mana. There we go. Not Spirit of Mana. Echo of Mana. Let's give him some new seeds. Crooked. Spiny. Long. Okay, another flat. Ah, he's full. Okay. And now let's see if my monsters have meals. Feed. Okay, they have bug. You can't feed anything else until the food is gone. Okay. Odd meat. He has already eaten all of... Okay. I wonder what these are. Yeah, that's what I mean. That the Echo of Mana seems to be connected to Trials of Mana. Okay, we can put something else here. But it really depends if it's going to be a story-based mobile game or gameplay-based. Because that's like a big distinction for mobile games, at least. If it's more gameplay or more story-oriented. Like, Near Reincarnation is very story-based. Dragon Quest will be very story-based. But like Dragon Quest Tactic, for example, or Final Fantasy Brave Exvius is very gameplay-based. The Underworld? I haven't been in the junkyard. A humanist here. I wonder if it knows that we're not completely asleep. What could this mean? It's no use worrying. The wars have long since ended. We should just rest. Wait, was it the toys talking? What's wrong? Stop that whining. Those who die with desire in their hearts are doomed to wander the earth forever. You're an artificer. You shouldn't be playing with our powers. We'll get our revenge soon enough. The Infernal Dole. Okay. Someone cried, help! Help! But I just ignored him. It was war. That's what I tell myself. Friends await you. Let the Jack in the Box, the teddy bear, the doll, the Jack in the Box, and the rocking horse guide you them. Is a teddy bear somewhere? Okay. Ooh. Yeah, this is a toy junkyard? Oh. No. Well, just because the game is fan service doesn't mean it's not gonna have story or it's not going to be good. Like, fan service doesn't just mean, you know, you put the... Like, it doesn't just mean it's going to be like side content. Man, oh, this little thing is strong. There we go. If I don't have the knight with me, I'm quite weak. There. The pain, winning, losing, and then winning again. All we could do was fight. It hurts. Oh, this is a teddy bear as well. Look here, not there. Here, the wound. This is what keeps me going. Yeah, but fan service? If anything, fan service really just means there are games that are there's content to the game that's added just to cater to your core fans or to cater to nostalgia, which in my opinion in itself is very good. Of course, the enemy was strong, but I didn't think I would lose, so I wonder, why am I here? Long ago, we would fly into the air and battle against the fairies. Oh? A little eye. Oh! Who's this? I'm Professor Bomb. All the junk lying around here is the remnants of artifact creatures. They fought in a war a long time ago. Once I made a golem out of this trash, but you know what? He ran away. When I think of all the bad things he must be doing out there, it makes me want to cry. I guess even I have lapses of judgment now and again. A golem? What was that? I name him Pavlov. You see, if you could find him somehow, I'd be so happy. Okay. You will find him, thank you. Professor Bomb's lab. Alright. So there's already 2 quests here. It goes back to the other 4 mana games. Which ones? Like, isn't it a Secret of Mana, the Trials of Mana, and then Legends of Mana? What other 4 mana games? But even if it's like the very, very old mana games, it's cool because even if maybe it's going to be a mobile remake, so for those games, so ooh. We'll see nonetheless. With, you know, like a mobile, maybe even voice acted format of telling the story of the original games. Again, we started trying out mobile games recently, and I'm really surprised how good they were. Plus, they're releasing Trials of Mana on mobile, which is arguably, I think, a very, very, very good game. If, you know, you can have a game like that on mobile, then I think it's worth to drop the general stereotype that, you know, you shouldn't get excited for mobile games. Oh. Go away. We're not on display. We went through so much together. I was such a coward in the war. I always ran away. Everyone laughed at me for it. I wouldn't come any closer. If they see you talking to me, they'll probably laugh at you too. But they can try. Stay there. What if I back off? We'll take you back to the entrance. No! Okay. That was a teleport. Ouch. What's down here? Wait, this was just the bears. Final Fantasy Adventure, Secret Trails, and Legend of Mana. That's all the Mana games? But then what do you mean it will go back to the other 4 Mana games? Legend of Mana. The Mana series. Okay, there's actually a lot more. There's Final Fantasy Adventure, Secret of Mana, Trials of Mana, Legend of Mana, Sword of Mana, Children of Mana, Friends of Mana, Dawn of Mana, Heroes of Mana, Circles of Mana, Rise of Mana, Adventures of Mana. Wait, there's so many. There's actually quite a lot of Mana games. And some of them are mobile. Some of the new ones especially. Rise of Mana, Android. Damn, most Mana games are mobile. I'm gonna check. Are those good? Mana series. Okay, so obviously we enjoyed Trials of Mana and Legend of Mana. Okay, so like Rise of Mana, action role-playing video game developed by Square Enix for Android. Is it like gacha or something? The player takes control of 2 protagonists. The character's gender... Yeah, okay. It's free-to-play gaming model. While the game can be downloaded and played for free, players have the option of spending money on in-game items. The character's base is a room in a small village. With real-time combat. I'm curious. I guess at some point we can try them out. Hey there, Rexy. What's up? What's up? How are you doing? I guess we can take a look at them at some point. Just to see. Because I like... frankly, so far, I like both mana games I tried. Ow. I'm good too, thank you very much. Just surviving in this heat, but overall the weather is a lot better, so it's all good. I'm just having fun apart from that. We're talking about the Mana series. Apparently there's quite a lot of mobile games for them. Might just check them out. You played one Mana game? If you played it recently, it was probably the Trials of Mana remake, which is very good, I think. It's a very, very good remake. And this game is just awesome as well. Ooh, there's some nasty demons. Bubbles. It was Sword of Mana on the GBA. There's a GBA one as well. I wonder how that is. Okay, that's down. I think I'm gonna switch to a two-handed sword overall because it's so hard to hit with the staff as well. Sword of Mana, that's the one. That's from 2003. What about this other one? Adventures of Mana. Top-down perspective, focuses on sword combat. Maybe this is not free to play? Klonoa, hello there. How's it going? Let me check. The Play Store. Today you looked back at a WOD of mine and you said I play too many JRPGs to call myself a JRPG fan. Well, say that again now. I pretty much only play them. Oops. There we go. Adventure. Was it Adventures? Adventures of Mana. Is it even available in the West? Am I playing still too few JRPGs? Wow. Yeah, I think this is not even released in I think this is not even released in the West. There we go. Unfortunately. Dr. King, good morning. It's 6 a.m. Damn, that's early. Definitely a morning. Worldwide, February 4, 2016. Has it already shut down or something? Adventures of... Oh, you have to buy it. There you go. Adventures of Mana. It's... It's a $14 game. It's called Adventures of Mana. That's the newest Mana game, apparently. Well, apart from the remakes, that is. Let's see here. Our friends died one after the other on the battlefield. Everyone here went through that. That's why I'm... Okay, I think we have to go in here. Ooh. It's $14. That would be interesting to see. So if it's a $14 game, then... So then it's not a gacha or anything. Like, it's an actual valid mobile game. That would be interesting to see. How it is. Boing. $14. I told you it's 14, not 40. 14. Stinky breath. Wait, is the is that an how is that an item? Stinky breath. Alright, we're back here. So I think we have to go on the right. Who's that? Vat of wool. The garbage here was made by humans to fight against the fairies. The dolls do not know whether they are machines or living things. Electricity. The female with red eyes is doing well. She visits me often. I estimate that she's over 500 years old. I'm even older. Ha ha ha. I'm very old model. Ha ha ha. Maybe the oldest thing here. Ha ha ha. But I wonder, are we destined to decay and fall apart? So this is just a dead end? It looks like it. Was it just here? I'd be happier dying on the battlefield than sitting here rotting from the wind and rain. I see those arrows in the pumpkins. They're absolutely destroying my beholder. How? Demon meat. Okay. More chests. At least I can feed my beasts with the demon meat then. And what's here? I would say it's rather low level than weak. It's so hard to level anything up here because they're supposed to pick them up. And if they don't pick up the experience items, then yeah. But look, they are causing petrification. They cause status effects such as sleep. It's actually pretty strong. I think it's a really good beast. But they're low health. Ow. Are they... Let's attack here. Yeah, like ultimately I think I will go with some weapon with a greater range so that we can have a more leeway vertically with our attacks. No, I don't think it's about changing the pets because they don't level up a lot faster from grazing either. This is just old. It's just old design, really. I don't see that there would be... it doesn't seem like you can... Like, all your pets start at level 1 because they're eggs. Ow. These combos are so good. Sorry, Beholder. Healy Rock. Let's see though. Legend of Mana, level up pet fast. I don't think there is. How to reliably raise pets. Ah, yes, there's no way. Okay. I shouldn't look up more. There's apparently gonna be an item that the experience you pick up can be shared. I will be able to craft an item. So until then, I guess there's no good way. Yes, this is the remake version. Ooh. Well, remaster. It's not a remake. Yeah, it's called an XP share trait that apparently I will be able to craft onto my equipment. And then right now I can't level up my pet because they would have to walk on and pick up those experience crystals, right? But they're dumb, so they're not gonna do that ever. So what I can do is apparently we will be able to craft an experience share trait item, and that will help later. But I think we haven't unlocked crafting yet, which I'm curious when we will or how. I have a feeling it's gonna be connected to a side quest, and I just haven't found it yet. Which is interesting because there was a side quest that, you know, like that we're gonna be taught blacksmithing by Watts. I guess we haven't been in the workshop since, so I guess we can try. Yeah, it could be you can find an item as well. The point is it's probably a trade then that we need. So all of these crystals you pick up, you'll be able to share. And then that will help level up the pet. Oh. Yeah, there's lots of skills. I think that I'm starting to get most of the skills available. There's still probably a few combinations we haven't found. Ooh. Like here and there. But I also find myself not using them that much. The gameplay is not that difficult that I would have to. Looks like the mountain collapsed a little because you ran around too much. Now just follow the path that the rocking horse, the doll, the jack-in-the-box, and the rocking horse show you. Okay, so remember, chat. Horse, doll, jack-in-the-box, horse. Okay, horse. Thank you. I don't know if there's a doll here. That duck soldier is awesome. Okay. A doll. All right, that's the doll. Okay. Jack-in-the-box. Bubbles is a good ability. I still want to see if I can make instruments as well. I really want to use magic. But magic still feels much weaker than weapons. And Bubble is probably not good. It lowers my magic stat, it seems. Alright, Jack in the Box. Wait, so inside the... Okay, the mountain collapsed. And the horse. Oh, that was... Oh, so this is probably a golden enemy. Song of the Spirits. Yeah, I know that for instruments, there seems to be a power level. But I haven't found anything like higher level. It seems like magic at least is harder to get into. Seems more complicated. Who would have thought? Oh, we found the way. Now fight. Look at the mimic chest. Sweet. Oh no, no, not confusion. Rib Beholder. Blaze. Oh, that was sick. Oh, the money. I couldn't pick it up. Ah. Doom Hammer. You get the artifact Tome of Magic. Louis Palace. Oh my, oh my. Thank you. The toys believe that to die is to be saved, so things ended up for the best. That's kinda sad. The Infernal Dole. That was sad. And I have to find the golem. Tome of Magic. Mana levels. So it could be anywhere, the golem, basically. This is a good spot. It will max the darkness level of 2 zones. And then this place will have full darkness as well. Ooh. Geo. Let's go home. All right. Oh, Sinithar, please keep in mind this is a first playthrough, so I don't mind tips and hints, but please don't tell me solutions. Junk. Okay. Do. Oh wait, there it is. The Infernal Dole 19. The junk at the junkyard really wasn't junk. They were the leftovers of the artifacts used in wars long ago. Wow, that makes me like them a little, but only a little bit. Aww. So to Geo, let me take Bud, because there's gonna be a wisdom there. And I'm gonna check the workshop if we unlocked anything. Oh, yes! I just finished making the smithy you asked for. Youngsters these days won't ken the meaning of gratitude. You never asked me to make nothing? Gods, so why did I? Now I get it. I got so caught up in building the smithy, I forgot that I came to thank you for something. Forget what I just said. Don't hate me. Have a heart. I'll tell you how to make weapons. How does that sound? Right? Come on in. Oh. Path of the Blacksmith. There we go. So we have unlocked something. He's Scottish. Yeah, he is Scottish. Aye. That's it. You've got it. It's all in the hammer. The perfect strike makes the perfect sound. It's all in the hammer. Do that about 1,000,000 times and you can call yourself a craftsman. 1,000,000 times? That's the spirit. Give it 1,000,000 strikes. Oh no. Does this ever end? I don't think so. Ask a question. Forging is the same for both weapons and armor. You choose the materials and bash them with your hammer. However, the basic power depends on the materials. Know your hammering skill. You need to work on your hammer skills. Altering. To make alterations, first you choose an item. It might affect the ability bonuses and elemental levels of the final product, depending on the mystic powers contained therein. That all depends on the item. Know your blacksmithing skill. General tips. Choosing materials. The effect that the materials have is really quite simple. You can tell what's changed by looking at the statistics after you forge something. It will start to come naturally after you make a few pieces. So it's trial and error. Effects of altering. Making alterations to something will change its statistics depending on the item you use. You might increase the attack power or change the elemental essence levels. I'll no let you quit. I'm gonna stay and train you to make a weapon. 1,000,000 strikes. Seriously? Oh no. How many times will we have to do this? He's not gonna let me quit. Maybe I have to ask all the questions? We changes occur through altering. Mystic powers are the embodiment of those changes. When the energy of those changes builds up, it will start to show in the final product. Only then will it affect the piece's abilities and statistics. But nothing will happen if you just hit it with your hammer. Oh, you had to ask all questions. That's a good way of making you have to, ask all questions. I was lying about the million strikes, by the way. When I was V-Lad, that's just what make me master used to tell me. What me master used to tell me. Now you're able to make any kind of weapon or armor you like, but you'll need materials. Since you're just starting out, I'll give you this. Minos bronze. We'll be going then. Best of luck to ya. Did I give you materials for weapons and armor? I thought I brought some to give you, seeing as how we're just starting out. Yes, you did. You just gave me now. Alright then, keep it up and you'll make a fine blacksmith. Should I have lied? Oh, maybe. Path of blacksmith. Nah, we're not gonna lie to Watts. Now maybe we can craft down something. Weapons finished. Oh, so like even unlocks will count as a mission. Path of the blacksmith. There's a new room in the backyard workshop. It's for making weapons and armor for my master to use to whack some more little monsters. That's not nice. We should all be friends. Yes, I agree with the cactus. We should all be friends. What? Hi. I just built a workshop for making instruments that play magic. What? Okay, we unlocked lots of things it seems. It's up the stairs on the right. Our school is assigned this week is to make our own instruments. That's why I built a workshop here. Hope you don't mind. My assignment will be done once I get an elemental coin. I can help. Okay. Enchanted Instruments 101. Okay, I guess. We're unlocking. Thanks, you're a lifesaver. You get elemental coins by playing music to an elemental spirit, but they'll only give you one if they like your song. Come on, let's go look for an elemental spirit. Wow. I've never seen any here before, ever. They don't usually come to places where there are so many people. We're super lucky. Let's try to get a coin. Try playing a song you like. If an elemental likes the groove, it will come over here. If it doesn't, or you pack away the instruments, it will disappear. When one gets close enough, try talking to it. If you succeed, you'll get an elemental coin. A serene, sorrowful, cheerful, or mysterious tune. Okay, this sounds serene. Harmony. The more instruments you use, the better the chance that spirits will come closer. That's why you should use as many as possible, but right now one is fine. Really? Jamming good. That one seems to like it. Find the right time to put away your instrument and talk to the spirit. Now, talk to it before it disappears. That's an interesting system. I got 3 wisp silvers. Sweet. That's how you get a coin. Actually, I've never seen it happen in real life. I just told you exactly what I was taught. Alright, then you got your coins. Let's go back to the workshop I made. That's interesting. Whew. Well, I'm done with my assignment. Now you can make your own enchanted instruments. Have fun! How do I make? They're made with primary materials and elemental coins. You make the body of the instrument with a material like Minos bronze, then add the coin to enchant it. The material and coin you use determines the type of magic. What are coins? They give the instruments their magical effects. An instrument's elemental type is determined by the properties of the material and coin. Be sure to check whether the coin is gold or silver. This will affect the instrument's power and magic type. Okay. By the way, can I have 2 of those Wisp Silvers? I'll trade you these coins I got from my friends. Aura Silver, Salamander Silver. So now I can craft magic. Ooh. All right. We're getting there. Instruments finished. I wonder how many events we'll miss. It's fun to try to get all missions in this game. Probably missed those 2 already. Now my master can make instruments in the backyard workshop. Wow, master is really learning how to pick on those monsters. I wonder how many wisdoms there are. I think so far I've met 3 wisdoms with Bud. Okay, Smithy. Temper a weapon. Alter armor. Okay, like, let's make an armor. A pendant? A Jacobini rock? Is it gonna be good? Oh, okay. So now altar. Defense 9. How do I know what is good? I have to... I have to experiment? Okay. Healing Claw. What could be... What would scream to you... What would scream to you shared experience? Which item screams to you shared experience? Taco bug. Electricity. I don't know. Like, we have to experiment. You can't know otherwise. Okay. What did that do? Defense against magic. And has elemental. against gnome. We're grounded. Okay, so all right. Temper weapon. Oh, this is the Doom Hammer. Okay, like this staff, for example. Let's add Damsel's Sigh. I so feel like I'm wasting all of this, but we'll see. Alter Armor. Oh, I can do something that's equipped. And let's unequip what I have. Well, I haven't really added anything to it. It has more attack power. So altering did nothing? Clear feather. I will add a clear feather to the armor. Ooh, this is a very obscure kind of crafting system, that's for sure. Blackened bat. It's a very obscure crafting system. Did it even do anything? Mystic powers. Nothing. So I haven't added any mystic powers. Do I have to add elemental coins to add mystic powers? Encyclopedia. Alter armor. Okay, add the salamander silver. No mystic powers. There's a salamander essence level. The encyclopedia doesn't really help here much. It doesn't really help. Okay, that's techniques. It's world history. Okay, these are just things like that we can produce. Yeah, so there's no encyclopedia for crafting. I'll try to alter them further and see what it does. That's what it said as well. Just keep on altering them and check what it changes. Oh! Salamander. Okay, something happened. Let's check it out. Salamander, mystic power. What does that mean? Mystic power salamander. It doesn't say. All right. Well, let's add more stuff to it. Flaming Quill. Maybe it's going to add more mystic powers. Pincer. I feel this is probably such a waste of such a waste of resources. Blackened Bat. Moss. I feel not much has changed. Add some rust to it. Maybe some healing claw. Now it's like I added 4 different materials. Something should have happened if there's something supposed to happen. A silly eye. Oh, okay. A pixie. There we go. Something happened. Nice. Acid. Maybe I have to add the same thing over and over again. Okay, let's add more acid. You still don't know what those do at all. Acid. And I'm out. Possibly like acid would be like adding poison or something to weapon. Poison powder. This could still be like poison resistance though. Another pixie? Okay, let's just check what this is. All right. Was it worth it? Double pixie and a salamander. We might have to look this up. It feels like this might be something that we have to look up. Okay, let's temper a weapon. Needle. Okay, wisp. Still have no idea what it means. Oh, bed of thorns. Okay, that's another. Okay, so that's finally not just the. Okay. Grave dirt. Oh! Oh, and that's a pixie. What? Alright. We'll just have to see, I guess. Nothing here. But that happened really fast, so some maybe it's just some materials don't work on certain things. I mean, none of this sounds like something you would want to do independent. I guess maybe the eyes. Okay, little eye. No. Like, none of these really sound like something you would add into a pendant. Oh, blank eye. Another pixie. This better be good. I constantly get pixies. This better be good for something. Unbelievable. I'm telling you, why am I getting pixies constantly? What am I doing wrong? At least we've seen that it's possible to get something else other than a damn pixie. Electricity, nothing. Oh. Grave dirt. It's like whatever I add, I get this stupid pixie. And we don't even know what it does. All right. Okay, let me make a forge armor. I will make a robe. I will make a robe of holy wood. No, why would I make... That's wood. But apparently I can make from whatever I want. It just has to be primary, but that wouldn't make any sense. Okay, I'm gonna use... None of this sounds like... Okay, it would fit a robe. Okay, I will see. What if I make a robe out of wood? There you go. Wooden robe. It worked. Holy robe. There you go. It worked. It worked. Holy wood robe. Hollywood. So robes should be more like giving me... meat. Robes should be more for magical powers. Okay, the Dryad. Another Dryad. Does it depend maybe on the items you use? What you get? They did say the mystical power depends on the combination of the primary and the secondary. So I guess so. Oh! Sorcerer. It's complete garbage. It really is. It's complete garbage. All right. Triple pixie. What does that even do? Okay, then I have my staff. Which is this one. It has essences. Pixie, Bed of Thorns, Wisp. Well, I'm not anywhere closer to understanding that. Okay, let's try to make an instrument. I will make a flute. Of Haley Rock and Aura Silver. Platinum arrows. Fan, lock on. All right. Well, we don't have any more instruments. How good is that, what I've just done? Power 16. It's actually pretty good. At least I feel. It's a fan. What does that mean? Targets enemies in a fan shape extending from you. Oh, it's a cone. Okay. We'll try different abilities. Okay, I feel we have to look up... Okay, because this bugs me. Legend of Mana, Mystic Powers. What do they even mean? Oh no. There's a whole book about this on how to craft, and it doesn't seem easy. They provide taint point for that certain something. For that certain element. Bed of Thorn. Armor, all plus 50%. That's pretty bad on a weapon, I guess. Sorcerer reduces the energy cost to raise. Oh. But what is the pixie? Okay, so crafting apparently in this game is so freaking hard. There's a whole book dedicated to it. How long is this guide even? Gecko, hello there. Yeah, that's good. The fan is cone shaped. It's a complicated and flexible system that is very easy to screw up. All weapons are forged with primary materials. They're metal, wood, stone, hide, scales, bone, fabric, and aerolite. Weapons are primarily for attack power, so the task is to get the highest attack power possible. With the exception of aerolite and a few other metals, primary materials don't have any inherent stats when you forge a weapon. Metals and high-level aerolite are the strongest materials used for forging a weapon. Okay. Armor forging. Okay, primary materials. Metal, stone, and wood to make a robe will not do very well because robes are supposed to be made out of fabric. Yeah, I had to experiment. Making a piece of body armor out of silk won't get you very far in battle either. Armor falls into 3 categories: heavy armor, light armor, and accessories. Okay. Tempering. It's extremely flexible. Anything in the item list can be used to temper with, which can lead to either major screw-ups or tempering perfections. Save often. There are many types of items, and they can all be placed in 2 general categories. The first has a spirit embedded with no stat changes. The second has no spirit power, but can change the stats of your equipment directly. Each piece of equipment has 4 spirit power slots and 2 direct stat modifier slots. The first stat modifier slot is for the vial item type, and is very easily cancelled out by doing any further tempering. Add the vial item last. Second slot has room for one other item that modifies stats. Eyes produce fangs and claws, feathers, bottle ornaments, pellets, powders, and pouches all fall into this category. Any new stat modifier item that's tempered into your equipment will replace the old one. Spirit Power System. Spirit powers are an integral part of tempering equipment. When active in your equipment, they will alter its stats and other various natures. Depending on whether a power is in a piece of armor or a weapon, it might not have any noticeable effect. Spirit cards and other cards. Spirit cards go with all 8 spirits and leave an essence in your weapon, even after the card leaves your equipment. What cards? They're invisible slots. Wow. Okay, this system is so complicated. I will probably use a guide for this. Like, this seems extremely obscure. You're supposed to be spending 100 hours testing what everything individually does. I don't think I will do that, at least. Like, that's a little bit too old school. Okay, like, I don't have anything to make a good robe, so I can try to make a ring. Like, out of platinum. Okay. Now, if I alter that... It does nothing? Is it not 100%? Okay, items. Let me check my encyclopedia. Does it say it here? I just wasted so much then. We might reload. Vials, urns. No one can guess what an urn contains or what it is used for. What could be inside the urns you find on your adventure? Doesn't say anything. I don't understand. So okay. Let's go back to the title screen. When was the autosave? This seems good. No. So I already wasted a lot. Yes. Let's see. I don't understand. So like, apparently each item can change your item somehow. But it doesn't explain. So, but you can insanely waste it as well. But how do you determine what you have to use on what? Basics. You have to know is that secondary materials can be used in weapon tempering or armor alteration. Primary materials like metals, woods, and aerolites are used in immediate craft of the item. Each items have direct effects on the weapon or armor, and most, if not all of them, may produce a mystic card when implemented onto the piece of equipment being transformed. Yeah, what I used, and apparently it should have had something and nothing happened. Alright, let's see. Like, I made this ring now. Which should have got something according to this, but it did not get it. On the second screen of the status screen, you can observe 3 dotted lines in the lower left corner. Those are the mystic card slots. Every weapon and every piece of armor has 3 of those. Whenever you first temper a secondary material into a cardless weapon or armor, that equipment gains the material's special powers, if it's compatible with them. If you temper a wisp silver first and then follow with a sulfur, a wisp card will appear as you temper the sulfur. This is due to the fact that there is a hidden card slot on the equipment. The invisible slot represents the item that you're tempering at the present time. In essence, it's not a real mystic card, but you might want to find out what card it represents. To make a long story short, raw materials have properties and mystic cards have properties, but these are not always the same. What the hell is a mystic card? When you know that something is occupying the invisible slot, you take into account the properties of the raw material you're tempering. Oh god. Honestly, this already sounds like something I don't even want to get into. My head hurts already. None of the guides even write it down clearly, so it's probably not clear at all. As you temper various materials onto your equipment, you will come to learn that some effects are temporary and last only as long as the item or cards that powered them remain on the item. Okay, from reading into this, honestly, from reading into the guide on crafting, I better stop doing this right now, or I'm gonna quit the game straight up. I'm just reading it, and it sounds so complicated. Again, this guide that explains how to craft, it's a very good guide, a very thorough guide. This is a 10,000 words essay. It's actually more. How long does it take to understand tempering? That depends on how you proceed to it. Depending on your learning curve, it may take you between a week and 2 months to understand how tempering works. Months to understand the crafting in this? Oh boy. Hey there, Victor. How's it going? Dooba doob. Dooba dooba doob. Mystic cards and slots. Purchase a weapon, okay. Okay, I guess the mystic cards are the mystic powers. Okay, so those are the powers. When you temper a second material onto the equipment you're tempering, a mystic card might be pushed into the object. Might, it's random. This card will be the one representing the magical effects of the first item you tempered in. For example, if you temper the wisp silver first and then follow with sulfur, a wisp card will appear as you temper the sulfur. So, okay, technically, okay, I tempered something here. Okay, into the ring I have, right? Wait. So now, if I keep tempering something into the ring, the item that should appear should be the one I put into it first, no? Nonetheless, we're not gonna do this, I think. Or did I not equip it? I can't even save scum this. I've already wasted too many resources, but I don't even understand it to save scum it. Do you know what I mean? I don't even understand it. It's let's see. Ah, okay, so it's the needle. So if I put a needle here, Nothing happens. Like, that's supposed to give me something, but it didn't. I can't even save scum this because it's so... It seems so complicated that I honestly... I don't know if the guides are overcomplicating it or it's just really this complicated, but it's not even... I would literally have to take a few hours to raid through this to even understand what to do. Even the basics. Alright. Okay, I'm just gonna add some things. I don't care. And it adds the pixie now. Okay, I don't understand this. And frankly, I don't even want to, I think. This seems too obscure. Legend of Mana Crafting. There's apparently even websites that... Okay, so like, let's say a platinum ring. Here we go. Forge. And an ear of wheat. I will temper into it. So it will not do anything. So like, I guess this just doesn't work on it. So like, let's say if it was an armor. It doesn't work on armor. Grandia doesn't have this problem. Okay, there's a website for this. Oh. Pendant. I don't even... I have no clue. So if supposedly if I would temper a certain item, it should like give us that, you know, shared experience, let's say. Okay, I really don't understand. Well, it could be Twitch as well, or your internet if the stream is lagging more. Everything is good on my end. So yeah, okay, so apparently if I add an ear of wheat to an item, it's supposed to give me Legend of Mana craft shared experience. Like at this point, ear of wheat and a creepy eye. Okay, let's go back here. Like if anything for this, I actually recommend a guide, and even with a guide, you might not understand. So there are recipes apparently for making crafting, but it's some super complicated procedure. So if I add a creepy eye, but it's probably messed up now, so it's not what I wanted. I'm almost thinking about reloading everything we've done today because we wasted so many things. Guess I should have saved. So, okay, this is a ring. This is for a ring, apparently. All right, so like ring, creepy eye, ear of wheat, stinky breath. Wait, what? Okay, so stinky, like if I add I'm sorry, I'm using this website here where you can add the lists, but stinky breath. Okay, that gives immunities, apparently. Holy water. Or garlic crowns. And then a seed. Sulfur. Another seed. Needles. Needle here. I would have to add 2 needles. That's for bed of thorn. I see. So like it would get a bed of thorn then. Then vampire fang. Why 8 of them though? Then ear of wheat. And then a creepy eye. Fertility goddess. Okay. So through this website now, I just followed a guide to make a ring that used 1, 5, 6, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 23, 25 items. They crafted 25 items. And you have to do them in the right order to get like a good item, which has the right thingies in it. Like a really good, it's a really good one, right? Like it's a really good item. But so, okay, the basics, if I understand it right, every item in the game changes something about your item potentially. And there are items that can give there are materials that can give your items. Okay, let's go over here. So I think I understand the theory. I don't know how it works though. So you see these mystic powers. All right, those are the cards, the mystic cards. And then here are your stats and essence levels. I'm not even sure if I understand it fully, but here we go. Every item has a chance to change one of your stats. But it can also overwrite the stats of something else. There are items that give you mystic powers. And there are also items that that just give you these dryads, like that don't really give you anything. Which gives you a mystic power, but it just increases your essence levels, which I don't know what they're for, but never mind. So through careful experimenting, trial and error, and proper order of crafting, you can alter the stats of your items. Then you have to figure out what materials are there that don't do anything. They just remove the combinations of your mystic powers, because you have 4 of them or 3 of them. But as you add more items, these, scroll down and then they get replaced. So then you have to figure out which items are that don't do anything. They just reset your mystic powers. And then you need to add the right combination again and then reset it again. and then right combinations and again, and then add. And none of this is explained or written down anywhere at all. Not to mention a lot of these resources you have to either grind, or I'm not sure if you can actually get them because it's written some of them are in chests. And I don't know if chests even respawn. So potentially by me experimenting, I probably already lost lots of items that I will not be able to get ever again. Maybe, except if I start New Game Plus. And then farming itself is apparently very time consuming as well. Anyway, I hope that helped at least to understand what the system is and why I'm saying that it's very complicated. So you add items in order, but to get the desired results of crafting, you need to have the right order of items added. And then when you complete a recipe, so to say, like you add a needle and a sulfur, and then it will give you something. Okay, now you have something. Then you can start a new recipe. But if you put in an item and then you put the wrong item in, nothing happens. But now you can't do what you wanted to actually do because the order was wrong. It was scrambled. But you also can't start over a new recipe because you messed up the order. You got nothing. If you add a new item, it's not going to start over. It's going to add over to this wrong recipe and you're just going to get some garbage. So you would have to completely restart crafting the item as far as I understand. This is incredibly obscure, and I won't say it's bad. It's very good for people who like this kind of experimenting, but it's incredibly obscure and very, very, very punishing. AKA bad for most people. I guess I can agree to that. I'm actually saying the best we can do is if we reload. I'm not even joking. If I want to completely reload today. I mean, we haven't lost a lot of progress. We won't have to read the dialogue. But was this today? It's here. Okay. Good thing I saved here. It's the junkyard. Okay, and I will try to... If anyone needs this website, this is the website. Alright, I posted the link in chat. If you're interested in this website I used, someone made this Legend of Mana Utilities project. You can experiment there without actually having to do in the game. And honestly, after just dabbling into reading the basics of the crafting in this game, I heavily encourage anyone who even wants to consider using any crafting in this game to use that. Because otherwise, I really can't see anyone enjoying it. I'm not saying it's not rewarding. I can't see anyone enjoying figuring this out. It's lots of frustration to just get to the point to enjoy it. I would almost dare to say you need multiple playthroughs without a guide or these tools and recipes to even understand what crafting is. So we'll try this again, see if I can actually craft something useful and valuable by using a guide. And if I can't even do it with a guide, I'll just give up on it. Okay, let's go back to the beginning, and then we have to follow... I wouldn't laugh out at you. Oh wait, I have to, right? Okay, they're gonna teleport me away, and then we have to follow the order. Alright, so... Okay, Jack in the Box, Teddy Bear, Doll, Jack in the Box, and the Rocking Horse. Okay. So Jack in the Box, Teddy Bear. What else was it? Doll. Wait, what was the order? I think it was Doll. Was it? Oh, we have to write it down. Horse, Doll, Jack in the Box, Horse. No, that was different. It's not always... This is random. That was a previous one. Oh. I have to calm down. I'm getting frustrated at the game now, but it's not the game's fault because I enjoy this part. I built up quite a lot of frustration from crafting. I need to calm down. It's important to realize these feelings at least. Like right now I feel it. That I got really frustrated. From the crafting. Hey there, Shaw. How's it going? This game is beautiful. An ice cream break. I haven't had my lunch yet, so no ice cream for me. Experience. And here we go. After this we went back and then we unlocked crafting, right? It's just basically before you craft, definitely save. Definitely save. I'm just on a diet. I keep to my diet now. I only ate soup today. So I don't eat that much before stream. I have portion control. Too much side stuff is your biggest problem with most Final Fantasies? Yeah, but that's the thing. That's what the game is about. So if you just don't like side content, then, well, either you learn to ignore it because it's not forced. You're not forced to do it. Or they're not games for you. Because I know it's also hard to just say ignore something in a game if you don't like it. But those are your options, basically. Because side content in a Final Fantasy it's the core part of the game. That's what Final Fantasies are. Main story with open world and very good side content. So you either learn to ignore side content and just enjoy the main story and the gameplay, or they're not games for you. I think that's fair to say. Those are the options. Tome of Magic. Or learn to like side content, of course. All right, let's see. So I placed the book. We placed the book here. Woo boo boo. Back home. But yeah, I'm just trying to calm down as well. The crafting made me a little bit frustrated, and I need to tell myself I like the rest of the game. Don't let the frustration carry over from crafting. It sometimes happens to me with games that I get to a part I don't like, and then like the frustration carries on to the rest of the game. But yeah, instead, what we're gonna do is we're just gonna experiment on this third-party website as well. There we go. And we're not reading this. I don't like it because I don't understand it. That's true. That's true. The problem is that it's hard to understand. I know we're skipping these now, but this, what he says, it's nearly not enough to actually understand the system. He just says, experiment, you'll figure it out. Okay. Okay, let's try it. What if we say he didn't give me anything? Oh, he gives you another item. Oh, nice. If you... Yeah, you can scam him to get give you another bronze. But yeah, I don't know if you were here, Obby. I just said the guide that explains you how crafting works in this game is a 10,000 plus words essay. And I'm not even sure, maybe that's the simplified one. I will try to read some parts of it again because it seems there are some parts that's important to understand. Rinsing. Rinsing process is probably the most simple one. It consists of using items to remove any leftovers from previous procedures without affecting the item as it is. That's what I said, the filler items that reset the state of the item. Sometimes residue effects from a sense tempering or plunge attack placement can have negative effects on the attribute augmentation tempering or even the varnishing. In order to prevent this backfire, the rinsing process eliminates any mystic cards left from those previous processes with neutral cards. In this procedure, it's recommended to use lily pods, and preferably in groups of 3. Lily pods produce the enticed nymph card, which reacts with almost nothing, but still pushes down other cards. 3 lily pods produce 3 enticed nymphs, and although the third one isn't apparent when you temper the last lily pods, it will become so when you begin the following procedure. If you want to make sure everything works out well, you might want to use a 4th one, but it's unnecessary more often than not. Other items can be used depending on what stage you're at. So as you understand what it says, you create a recipe into the item, then you use items to reset the state of your item so that, you know, there's no combinations happening if you continue, and then you start a new recipe. Well, I mean, I don't really mind crafting and spending the time. The problem is that it's not explained in this game properly, and it's very obscure. I'm probably just figuring it out was hard by itself. Okay, start playing. Okay, it seems you always get the Wisp silver here. This is a cool system though. You have no questions here. Actually, the instrument crafting seems considerably easier, at least, than tempering. Okay. Let's save. Okay, this is where we save. Can I save here? Okay, not yet. I thought they added game data. Ah, okay. We can. Save your game, yes. So we can save anywhere. Sweet. Now, like, Atelier Ryza is different with the crafting there, the Atelier games, because at least there you clearly see what you need to add and what's going to be the result. Like 99% of the times. Not to mention it's a lot easier to get the resources as well. This is completely blind and I think very hard. All right, let's see. So, okay, I'm gonna use this website. Let's reset. I'm going to make a ring. At least I'm going to attempt to make a ring. All right. Forge. Armor. All right, a ring. I have Ish Platinum. Okay, it will have 11 defense. All right. So to this, I can add, let's say, okay, first let's craft it down. All right, so I'm crafting this down. I'm going to alter it. So let's experiment. What if I add a big seed? Big seed. It increases the essences. So seed is probably good for not. It's good to reset. It's probably going to be a good reset one. So it doesn't do anything. Then let's say a meat. Like, what does meat do? Meat. Meat doesn't do anything, so it's not even good to reset, I guess. All right. Then I'm going to add like the creepy eye and let's say an ear of wheat. It will not do anything, so that's not good. But if I do ear of wheat with a creepy eye, will not do enough. Wonder why. Creepy eye. What is Pixie of Lust? Okay. Okay, let's see. So, okay, so I guess the creepy eye in itself is not enough. So what if I... Okay, I'm gonna add an ear of wheat. Is Twitch messing up, guys? Is there something up with Twitch? Ear of wheat. Spiny seed. That won't do much. A needle. That won't do anything either. Seeds. Okay, big seed doesn't do much. Long seeds. Long seeds do change the stats a little bit. They actually add defense. Round seeds. Round seeds also. Okay, so let's try. I'm going to add 2 round seeds. Then I will add ear of wheat. Then the creepy eye. Which doesn't seem to be a great idea. Okay. Okay, no, never mind. Ear of wheat. Creepy eye. No. Why? Hey there, Namaste. I'm trying to learn the crafting of this game and it's really obscure. I'm not even I don't understand it at all. I really don't understand it at all. In order to get the share experience effect to function on the ring, you will need to temper in an ear of wheat with a dryad level 3 or higher. And the sum of all essences needs to be 5 or higher. Oh my god. So, okay, to overcomplicate it even further, it's not enough to know the recipes on how you want to get that. You need to, you remember those essence levels? You need to have the right mana level on your items. Holy shit. So it's even more complicated. Okay, so like I have 3 dryads there. Okay. Then ear of wheat, and then creepy eye. It still need pixie of lust, so it's still not enough. Needle lettuce. Okay. And after that, ear of wheat, creepy eye. Still need pixie of lust. Why? Okay, gold clover. Okay, now it should be good, okay? So like we have to level up the cert. Oh, this is crazy. I'm telling you, this is crazy. So I add those items. Now I add ear of wheat, creepy eye. It's still not good. Why? Uh, then I add a creepy eye. Fix it. No. So like, just listen to this. Okay, in order to get the share experience effect, you need to temper in an ear of wheat with a dried level of 3 or higher. And the sum of all essences needs to be 5 or higher. This will create the fertility goddess card. However, because there's an invisible slot card created before they appear on an item, you will need to create another card to push fertility goddess onto them. What? So I would have... Okay, so his recipe is round seed, sulfur, needle lettuce, gold clover, spiny seed, ear of wheat, 6 meat, and creepy eye. Okay. This is... Yeah, this is temperate. I will say the crafting, I think, is horrible in this game. It's the crafting itself, I guess, is cool, but that it's completely unexplained is horrible. It is a complete disaster. Okay, so what do I even have? It's complex, but in a stupid way as well. It's like you'd say to a kid, go to the chemistry lab and just mix things and figure out. And then you go into this giant laboratory, and then there's all these chemicals, and then good luck. So I have 1 sulfur. Okay, so like, okay, 1 sulfur, whatever. Then I have... Vampire fangs, okay. Stinky breath. Okay, so stinky breath. Okay, we're adding stinky breath as well. This will give me poison and confusion immunity. Nice. All right. Then... Vampire Fang. No, I quit out from the web. I just quit out of the website. Okay, I have to reopen it. Okay, so this was a platinum ring forge. There. Ozzy, welcome Raiders. How's it going? Welcome on in. How are you guys doing? Welcome on in. Playing some Terraria. Hope you had fun there. Everyone who's joining, we are in crafting hell. You will not understand what's going on. I don't understand what's going on. Nothing. This is crafting hell right here. We're just trying to figure out and learn house crafting. I hope you enjoyed Terraria. The game is very fun. This is just crafting. It's just crafting that's... I can't say it's fun. Okay, so big seed. Let's say then I will also add round seeds. Okay, no, we don't need round seeds. Then crooked seeds. No. So just round seeds maybe, or oblong. Okay, add round seeds. No, it doesn't matter. 2 seeds, okay. Will give me 2 defense. All right, 2 seeds, 2 defense. Boom. All right, so that gives me 2 dryad level on the item. Okay, I should probably show this as well on stream. It will be easier if we do it that way, right? All right, so here is it. All right. There you go. All right. Okay, so now you see what's happening. So this is our ring. This is what we want to add. This is the name. This is how much defense it has. These are the mana levels. These are the stats. And these are the cards. Okay? So you understand what's going on. All right. What we're doing. So we add 2 seeds. It increases our defense. You see, like we start at 11 defense. Okay, we will add 2 seeds. It will be on 13 defense. Good. Then I'm going to add needle lettuce. No. That has to be the final thing. Because if I add, you see, defense will go up to 30. So we will need the Bat of Thorn. All right, but instead, what I'm gonna do is we will add Stinky Breath. It adds poison and confusion resistance to the item. Good. All right. What does acid do? Nothing. Actually, acid increases defense. Okay, 1 acid is worth it. We will be on 3 dryad essences. What we need is 2 more essences of whatever in order to be able to craft what we want to craft, right? So I'm just experimenting now. What can we even add? A garlic crown. Okay, that's not much. Okay, like a garlic crown. No. Removes... No, I don't like that. Okay, let's switch to the game. What can we do? I have clear feather. What is this tool? Yeah, there's the link in chat. This is someone made online a crafting website for this game, so you can experiment at least. Clear feather. It won't do shit, so that's not good. It's not good for anything. Flaming Quill. Flaming Quill would actually add an essence. And... Okay, a stat. Good. So we can try that. Let's see. I'm just doing my own thing now. Do I have gold clover? No, but let's try out this. Okay. Aha! Aha! All right. So this adds defenses. So adding at least 2 increases... Okay, so this is now already something, right? We have immunity, poison and confusion immunity. We have 16 base defense. We have a little bit of increased... Oh, but if I add... Okay, no. So like first then we add this because it increases defense and essences. But you saw that it reset my stats. So let's go. So you see what I'm... This is what makes crafting garbage. Look, I'm adding this item. It changes that it gives you +5 strength. You see? Here, this is strength. You just have to know the order from the game. And if after this, I add Squalfin, it gives me defense and +2, I don't know what essence this is, but it reset my stats on the item. So you completely wasted those. But if I first add the 2 Squalfin, I have the 5 essences that I need. Now I go Flaming Quill. Then I get the 5 attack as well. You see how dumb it is? All right. Now I'm going to add needle. Two needles. Needle letters. Oh, but it removes the stats really. Okay, doesn't matter. So we do this. I have 36 defense, which is cool. Now I add the Ear of Wheat. Fertility Goddess. Nice. Okay. Then the Creepy Eye. There. And I'm immune to petrification as well. I get 10 something. 29 defense. What we need, the Fertility Goddess. But the stats are pretty bad. I don't like it's -1. But hey. But wait, why is it only 1 Bed of Thorns? Okay, so wait, I have to... Oh, okay, wait. Then do back. We add some meat. No, that's not good. Why do you even want to do that? Okay, wait. Spiny Seed. So I put too many garbage on it, basically, is what it means. Oh yeah, I think so. We added too much garbage on it. So 2 needles. A needle it is. Okay. The Pixie of Lust. I can't remove that Pixie of Lust from there. That's not good. I don't need it. Because I want 2 Bed of Thorns. What adds the Pixie of Lust? The Squalfin? The Acid? Ah, the Stinky Breath. Okay, then let's keep the Stinky Breath for later. Okay, you see, like, even how the order at how you put the items in it is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. All right. Okay, now I wanted to add a needle now, right? No, it's not enough yet. Okay, stinky breath. But that's the pixie of dust. Pixie of lust, so that's not good. Stinky breath. Why does it add the pixie of lust? And why is the meat even good? Like, it's apparently supposed to reset it, but... Okay, like I add a sulfur, alright. Let me check quickly what I have in game. Okay, like I will add a vampire fang. Okay, let's see those. Vampire fang. Okay, that increases stats. Okay, like 5 vampire fangs. Well, wouldn't it just like reset it then later? Yeah, the moment I add the needle, it gets reset. Okay, the ear of wheat cannot go in yet. Flaming quill. Okay, flaming quill. Ear of wheat. Creepy eye. Ooh! Okay, okay. We're there, guys. Look, the order is right. 2 bed of thorns. Fertility goddess. Immunities. We're good. Okay, we crafted something that actually makes sense. Okay. All right, let's try this. Is it worth adding anything else? I'm just gonna experiment. Okay, we made something. And you're supposed to do all of this in the game, by the way, without, you know, with saves coming and with saves coming and let's just use this. Let's use it without saves coming or any outside help. All right, so that's what we're gonna use. It's up there. Okay, so do I have the resources now? That's what matters. Big seeds 2. 42 defense, that's gonna be sick. Big seed. All right. We saved. Okay, there's the dryad. All right. We don't care. Now 2 of these. All right. Do I have 5 vampire fangs? I hope. I never even considered that. Then a sulfur. I'm pretty sure I had 1. Okay, there. Okay, okay. 5 vampire fangs. I just have 5. All right. Mm-hmm. If anyone has question, by the way, I can try to answer according to what I know. But you can see that I don't know the rules. I mean, it's not as complicated, I guess. Once you figure it out, it's more that everything has its own effect and everything has its own requirement as well. I really don't think this is possible without cooperation with other people and using guides and spreadsheets. I really don't think this is possible. Like, it's just, you're meant to have this. I'm just surprised they released this without any kind of guide. I'm not sure if it had an official guide, but this is one of those. It's like the Isla de Muerta. You only know where to find it if you know where to look for it. It's one of those kind of stuff. Alright, 5 Vampire Fang. 2 needles. That's not what the website says. Oh shit. Oh no, that's the invisible. Oh no, we're good. It's the invisible, okay, that's the previous one. Now I'm gonna get a bed of thorns. A dryad. Oh, we might have to reload. What did I fuck up? No, it's there. Bed of thorns. Okay, nice. Whew. Man. All right. So not only that, but you don't see what you crafted until you craft the next effect, because when you get a new effect from the item you just crafted, it's an invisible one and you have to apply another one to see what the previous item have done. Just figuring that out alone is so dumb that you have to do that. When you put in an item on it, it's invisible. You don't know what it did if it gave a card. You have to add another card to it to see that the previous one did something. It's... yeah. No. Wait. Next one is Flaming Quill, right? Or did I mess it up? I hope not. Here, wheat. Okay, another bed of thorns. Good. And a creepy eye. Oh, please. Do I have? Oh, I have. Okay. Oh. Harvest. Wait, is that it? Harvest Goddess? Is that what I need? Okay. Okay. Constitution affects health and poison resistance. Oh, so this gives me more health. Bed of Thorns, nice. But it only has 28 defense. Why? It's supposed to be 42. Something wasn't accurate. And that's only magical defense. We might have to redo this. It's fine. It's fine. We got what we wanted. We have the shared experience. Is Twitch dying? What is happening with Twitch? Where did I get the recipe from? I'm not doing any recipe. There's a website. This website. And we've been using it. I'm gonna post it in chat. It's trial and error, basically. You craft on this website and see if it gives you what you need or not. Again, like, I want to make sure that this game just... I really don't like the crafting system. It's... a trial and error system with such a vast and obscure system is just not a good idea. It's fine. I'm happy that I managed to craft something that's actually useful, so I'm fine. I'm fine with the results. How do I know what is... Okay, so now we reopen it. How do I know what is better? Okay, so... Persina Iron, 2-handed sword. It's 18 power. Oh, I should have made a 2-handed sword with the platinum I had. Oh my god. Okay, but I have silver as well. Okay, we're gonna go with the silver. Shit. Alright, so let's make a silver sword. Oh well. Temper weapon. Okay, so what is worth tempering onto a weapon? Let's just experiment. What do things do? Healing claw. Won't do much. Will seeds do something? They do. Okay, so let's add 2 seeds. It adds some power. So 2 seeds. Okay. Adding multiple. Okay, what else do I have here? So you can see like both roughly. All right. So what if we do Heartman? Does it do something? It will give more stats. Elemental coins. Aren't elemental coins mostly for instruments? Not that I have them. Is this cheating? You can say that. It depends. I would rather say the system itself is bad. Because you would want to do this anyway. Because if you wouldn't do this, you would have to save scum. Like, you would be forced to save scum. Wait, this is gold. We need silver. Wisp silver. Okay. Aura silver. It would be 49. Salamander silver. It does increase power, you're right. Flaming Quill. I think I have another one. This also gives +5 strength. If I add Flaming Quill. And only one is enough. It seems you don't want more than one. What else do I have? Like, this is as much cheating as using a calculator. It's up to you to solve an equation. Okay, we will add the Flaming Quill at the end. I don't know what kind of cards there are. I guess I could look into it. Legend. Okay. There's apparently some way you can add so that you get stats, like all +10 to all stats. Recipe as well. Blackened Bat doesn't add much, if anything at all. Poison Powder. Pixie of Rage. I wonder what does that mean? Rust. Pixie of Laziness. I don't like that. This is crafting. This is crafting in the game. A scissor is okay. Scissors add a little bit of power as well. Okay, then now let's finish by then adding... Does wool does anything? Okay, no. Now by adding... Wisdom Goddess. What is that? I'm actually curious. Legend of Mana Wisdom Goddess. What does that do? I'm almost curious to find out. Okay, so... Angry Eye. Okay, 62 power. And now we're gonna finish it off with... Ooh, this gives 10 magic. Ooh. Flaming Quill. Alright. We're gonna craft down this. Okay. Let's go, shall we? So, we do 2 big seeds. 1. Two. This is such a weird system. Okay. Visp silver. Not even sure if this is something good we're making, but I'm gonna make it anyway. I'm sure it's better than what I have. Salamander silver. Okay. I wonder what those special cards will be. All right, now poison powder. Okay, so I get the salamander, nice. Now, scissors. Do I have scissors? I haven't even checked if I have that or not. I do hope I have one. Shit, I don't have scissors. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay, so we skip the scissors. Uh-oh. What if we add stinky breath to it? Does it do much? Sure. Then after this, what was it? It was aroma oil. But then, oh, it's not, but it's not gonna be... No, it's still gonna be good. I think. All right, angry eye. And flaming quill. Okay. All right. Let's continue. So next, stinky breath. Okay. Oh, but it just says pixie. You don't know what kind of pixie. So how do you know what kind of pixie it is? So the game doesn't even tell you what kind of pixie you get? Wow. Aroma oil. You just... Oh. Wow. Then this is another pixie. Oh, I guess you see it from the pixie's... clothes. Angry eye. Adding an angry eye will give me plus 10 magic. I wonder if adding multiple angry eyes does something. No, don't do that. All right. Wisdom Goddess. I don't know what that does. Now you see. I have no clue what that does. Angry Eye. 59 attack power. And then we're finishing off with +1 Flaming Quill, which gives +5 strength. And that's enough crafting for today. That's enough crafting for a life. All right, let's see what we've done. Okay, I'm going from 10 attack power to 56. And plus 10 magic. Okay. Wide area around you, minor damage. I want definitely major damage. Is there major damage? I don't have major damage. Okay. All right, so a status. Wisdom Goddess. What does that do? Wisdom Goddess. Okay, Mystic Powers. We need to look up the list because like I will never know otherwise. Wisdom. Oh, the Wisdom Goddess gives you the plus 10 magic. Okay. Pixie. Oh, the pixies decrease all stats, but give one to each. Ah, okay, okay, okay. So the pixies alter the stats in a group. Okay, we've made a magical sword. All right. Get out of here. This music makes me mad at this point. Oh, that was enough crafting for a lifetime. All right. Now we'll have to test this in combat. Okay, nothing to report to the cactus. So now I should have shared experience. We'll see if that's really a thing. Where should I go next? Probably back to the junkyard. In fact, wait. Because we're gonna go to Geo as well. Let's get Bud with us. Because I think there might be a wisdom there. My broom? Wait, what happened? Wait, what? It's gone. My broom's gone. Daddy's broom. Oh, that's a random quest. Gone? I bet you just misplaced it. I don't think so. How could I lose a big old broom like that? Come on, Lisa. That broom is a memento of Dad. The cactus. Wait, what did the cactus just do? The cactus walks. I can't cast spells anymore. That wasn't a good magician anyway. Did the cactus take the... What happened? Threw away old broom, junkyard. What? Did the cactus just throw away the magical broom? Lisa ran away. She overheard what the cactus said. We gotta go after her, come on. Well, I wanted to go to the junkyard anyway. Oh, alright, cactus. Let's go. There we go. Junkyard. I'm curious how much stronger we're gonna be. Because the two-handed sword I just made is significantly better. It's almost 3 times as good as the weapon I had. Hello? Teleport service. Okay, now we have to look around ourselves. Let's not teleport. Okay, I'm strong. I like this. That's more like it. Yes. Okay. Oh, special technique. Oh. There we go. Okay, that was worth it. We're pretty damn OP right now. Wow. Okay. That's cool. Anything here? And we're experience sharing as well. That's cool. And yes, yeah, the XP share is activated as well. Perfect. Okay, I guess it was worth it, but it's still... I don't like the crafting system. Like, someone shouldn't have to look up a guide to be able to enjoy a crafting system in a game. I think. It's my humble opinion. And without a guide, I honestly don't think you can even figure it out. Except if you spend massive amounts of hours in it. That experience sharing is beautiful. It's gonna help a lot. So our beholder is going to get stronger. I wonder where the broom could be, but I think we're just gonna trigger it when we get there. Okay, let's go to the lab, I guess. And I imagine at least you can make even much better weapons. And equipment as well. I somewhat messed up the ring, but that was our first craft that we attempted. I'm happy where we are. It also shares with the NPC though. I wonder if we have to go up there again. Where the boss fight was too. Or a Calcum. Oh. That's probably a very, very rare and high-ranked material. You could make an armor out of it. Level up. Ooh. I saw a cactus swinging a heavy broom around and mumbling gibberish. It sounded like lesser. Lesser? Not that way. How many lies does that make now? Okay, so there was a cactus this way. A lizard meat. They don't see anything new. The horse? Teddy bear? No. Yeah, game tips are fine. Oh, the broom. There it is. As long as it's a tip or a hint to make it more fun, rather than telling me what to do, it's all good. Oh, I know the combos. Thank you. I sometimes do them. I don't like the charge. I use the uppercut usually. Lisa, are you okay? Bud, you came. Be careful, there's something here. That's what I thought. We gotta get out of here. I'm scared, Bud. All the junk here like hates humans. I don't think I can run. Did you forget who I am? I'm Bud the Malignant, son of Hain, the Master Magician. Oh, I like this, kids. Oh, no, the broom! Bud! That was a Magic Academy dropout. He was so useless, the only place that accepted him was Domina. We're doomed. Don't you remember what Dad always told us? He who fights and runs away lives to see the light of day. That's it. Cowardice is the better part of valor? That too! So what are you trying to say? That I'd rather live as a coward than die as a hero. Heroes, there are many. Father of Bud and Lisa, there is but one. Lisa, run! You stay out of harm's way. I'll take care of this. And hopefully I... Oh! That was cool. A Moogle? A Moogle boss. Ooh. Ow. Ooh, that Moogle got absolutely destroyed. Oh, this new sword is amazing. I don't like it that we're XP sharing with NPCs as well. Thanks for saving me, Bud. No problemo, sis. So they're just fake magicians? Don't worry, I'll fix it. Daddy's broom. Oh, the fan art of them is awesome. Like you can see the tattoos or how tall they are. They're pretty small. That was unexpected because we still have to look for a golem in the junkyard. The cactus. You see what you've done? Broom snap snap. Yes. Daddy's broom. I threw away an old broom, and that made Bud and Lisa mad. They went and got it back and fixed it where it was broken. I guess everything is just hunky-dory now. Yeah, sure. What a troublemaker. Nah, I will be taking Bud with me. Yeah, he's still looking for wisdom. Do. All right. So we'll see if the golem is here. Maybe it only appears in specific days. So gotta be wary of that. Someone cried, help, help, but I just ignored it. It was war. Okay, wait, let me go back to the Louis' place? No, Bomb's laboratory. Oh, wait, the fortune teller in Domina could tell me where it is? There are day-related events happening in Domina as well. Let's see. All right, so she should be able to tell me. Yes, tell me my fortune. 10 lucre. Yeah. A fateful encounter will happen by the lake. That sounds romantic. A fateful encounter by the lake? I don't think it's gonna be romantic with the golem. Alright. Fair enough. Lake Kilma. It's true, I guess we've only been there once with the penguins. We haven't looked around here much more. Oh? Hello? Ha ha ha. This golem gives me the absolute Chrono Trigger vibe. That might actually even be an Easter egg. The toys. I left Professor to start my own research. I exterminate foolish creatures with Golem Army. Oh! Hey! Oh! Sammy, hello there. Yes, this is the remaster. It is the remaster. Just charge it up. Rising Crush. Ooh. Nice. Wait, but we couldn't return him. That was an evil genius golem. Take over the world, fiddlesticks. With his head when spinning so much he flew. I'll redesign you. Professor Bomb's lab. Well, that was a weird little mission. Back home. Oh, I haven't been in the harbor place either. I haven't been in the harbor. And mostly it's the towns that we avoided for now. Do 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 do. Cactus. Fine, fine. Or at least, I hope you recognize the beautiful background images. As much as I like 90s games, it wasn't this pretty. Professor Bomb's lab. There was a big chase to catch a pile of junk that ran away from a professor. How could a pile of junk run away on its own? I don't think I get it. Master, you need a rest. I think that's intended that the sprites are not remastered. I think they did it this way because so far, according to my experience at least, every time Square Enix remastered the sprites, people were bitching. So my honest opinion is they decided not to change the sprites because most people will be okay and happy with this. So they just increase the pixel number. I want to see what that orichalcum is that we picked up. I built a golem laboratory right here. How many? Oh. I can make minions? I'll give you a guided tour. Golem, go make 'em. There could be a toggle button. Even with that, if you consider it, there is a toggle button for Chrono Trigger. You're not forced to use it, and people still bitch about it. Like, actually, as I know how silly it sounds, but I gotta agree with the PR here and the marketing that the lack of modern sprites is actually better than if there would be sprites that most people don't like, or a lot of people don't like. I would say it's always better to have choices, but the reality is actually the opposite. which is sad, but that's just how we are, I guess, as a community. Like normally, obviously, having more choices is always supposed to be the better thing, in theory, but in reality, like if it's not there, then people just don't bitch about it, I guess. So, welcome to the Golem Laboratory. I brought everything you need from my own lab. Let's heat it up. Impressive, eh? But there's still some things missing. I'm talking about live balls and logic blocks, and I won't give them to you. I'm gonna test you to see if you've got what it takes, kid. I'll be using problems straight from my book, Basic Golemology. Have you read it? Never heard of it. Of course you haven't. I haven't published it yet. A while back, a traveling merchant came and begged me to publish it. He made me buy an old pen and some writing paper for a ridiculous amount. So I decided to put my thoughts down. I wonder if that was Niccolo. But the merchant never came back for the manuscript. He tricked me. That sounds like Niccolo. The book never leaves my side. It's the fruit of my labor, after all. Well, here it is, so read it up. We'll start the test as soon as you finish. Oh. What are the necessary components of a golem? A completed body and logic blocks. Okay. At least one weapon or a piece of armor. Okay. 2 pieces of equipment is a logic block. All of them is a single technique. Number of armor pieces used to make the golem's body is the size of its logic grid. The combination of components will determine the logic block's type. Logic blocks can have one of 11 shapes, and the block's effectiveness derives from the parameters of materials used to make it. The type of weapon used to make its body will be the golem's attack type. The properties of the weapons and armor used to make it will determine the level. The malfunction rate is determined by the number of armor pieces used. By comparing its action gauge with the distance to the enemy, the golem will decide what action to take. So this is another trial and error based on what equipment you use type of golem making. I'm ready, I guess. Here's a really basic problem. What do you need to activate a golem? A body and a logic block. Question. Another basic problem. What do you need to build a golem's body? Weapons or armor? Logic blocks can be made from weapons, armor, and what else? I guess musical instruments? That's right. What determines the size of the logic grid, the brains of a golem? The number of armor pieces. Logic blocks control golem behavior, but what determines their type? The combination of equipment. Okay. Enjoy your meal there, Sammy. Enjoy your meal. I'm getting somewhat hungry as well. And hey there, Mary. How was your day? Is Twitch working better now? A lot of you have said Twitch is malfunctioning for a lot of people. What equipment properties determine the shape of a logic block? The Pacific Standard Time. The materials they're made of, no? Yeah. A golem's attack type is the weapon type. Ooh. You can't make a golem's body without one. You can't activate a golem without a logic block. Let's get on with the test. A golem's attack power is determined by that of the weapon used to make. But what determines its defensive strength? The number of armor pieces, I think. No! No. Oh, I have to start over? Okay, defensive strength of the armor. Alright. The malfunctioning rate is the number of armor pieces. Okay. The vertical axis on the logic board represents the attack gauge. What does the horizontal axis represent? The distance to the enemy? You passed! I present you with a logic block cauldron. Oh. You can make logic blocks by putting weapons, armor, and instruments inside. You can't activate a golem without a logic block, so put the cauldron to good use. I'll give you this as well. Okay, we got the guide. I leave my research to you, but first I'll explain how to actually make a golem. To make the body, use one of those 3 life bowls on the pedestals there. And use the cauldron to make a logic block. You can also use the cauldron to organize or throw away your blocks. I'm retiring from golemology. From here, I want you to continue my research. I've had enough of it, and it takes too much cash. You heard me. To activate a golem, you need money. To make a body, you need at least 1 weapon or piece of armor. And you need 12 weapons, pieces of armor, or instruments to make 6 logic blocks. Preparing the materials takes a lot of time and money. I wish you luck in continuing my research into golemology. Try your best. Making golems is a lot of fun, you know. Fun? Sounds like an extreme grind, especially with the crafting system this game has. To help you get started, I want you to have this. Minos Bronze, Valsina Iron, Grand Steel. Okay, at least I got some good stuff. This is very different than Trials of Mana, Sammy. It's good. But it's a more complex game. I'm having fun. It's a very good game. The game itself is amazing. Today, really, only the crafting has been overwhelmingly too much. Really. Everything else has been fine. Even the crafting, again, I don't want to. I'm a little bit sour about it now, but I might think differently. My pet is level 8. I feel I need to give it food. Nice. Then let's not take a companion because we will get less experience with XP share. Okay, it's empty. Alright, again, I feel I need to. Legend of Mana, pet feeding. Okay. I feel there's lots of things I feel where you know that I like to play games blind, but this game I think is more fun if you actually look things up. You have to work out a diet for your pet. At most, a given statistic can possibly increase by 3.75 every level. Therefore, feeding a polterbox 3 rocket papayas is pointless. Polterboxes have a neutral growth rate of 0.75 charm per level, and rocket papayas at +2 charm. Half of the second rocket papaya's bonus and all of the third would be lost. Instead, feeding it a single rocket papaya and a needletus is not only a more efficient way to get the same total charm growth, it also gives the additional bonus of +1 defense from the needletus. You see? It's a... Oh. Alright. Personalities are probably the most misunderstood aspect of pet raising, which is understandable due to the fact that they are totally misrepresented in nearly every available source of information, especially the in-game produced encyclopedia. Take a look at your produce encyclopedia. Almost every produce item is shown as having some sort of effect on one of the 8 personalities. However, after quite a bit of testing, I found only a few produces that actually manifest personality. Bell grapes, Manelephant, Squalfin, friendly or lonely, scheming, aggressive, or arrogant. You need to be aware that personality gain follows its own rules and is completely different than stat bonuses. First of all, it's very random. A single feeding of 3 Squalfins could result in friendly, lonely, both, or none. Also, while those Squalfins have higher chance of manifesting a personality than one, I'm still struggling to understand how personality stacks over a period of several feedings. Okay. Oh no, there's again like a chart. Ugh. Formulating a diet. Oh no, I'm not going to. No. All right, let's not. Let's not. Let's not even. I will just add random things. It's no. I really enjoy this game. I will not get into these systems. It's very dumb. What does odd meat do? I think that doesn't, like, meat doesn't even do anything to them. It's only, oh, so it's only produce. So meat actually doesn't do anything. Oh, that's actually good to know though. So you have to use produce. Cherry bombs +1 health. So what do I even want to do? Like a Manelephant and bell grapes? So I don't even have right now anything that I can effectively use. Yeah, the off content in this game is incredibly overcomplicated. What's this? Peach puppy. Valamato. Or is it mango? Wait. Rinaloop. No. Apricot. Gold clover. Cornflower. Apricot. Okay, can I check my encyclopedia? Okay, I need to go back to the house. I'm gonna have to check what seeds then we have to use for certain items. For certain plants and fruits. Produce. Bell grapes. Plus magic. Mind. Okay, and that's gonna be scheming. Oh yeah, they do say it here. Okay, so what they do is actually written here at least. Charisma. Oh, it is mango. Mango elephant. Oh, sorry. Oh, I misread it. It's mango elephant. Ha! Mango that has a pair of tusks like nubbles. Okay, which seeds make mangoes? Boo-doo-boo-boom. Bell grapes. Long seeds are the purple ones. Okay. And this is the white family, so flat seeds. Flat and long. Okay, that's what I need. There we go. Oof. Hey, don't ask me how this works. I have no clue either. All right, so it was long, right? I don't have flat seeds? How do I get them then? Okay, let's just go with long for now. I'll probably have to fight some monsters that give peaceful. Okay. I have to find some monsters that give flat seeds. Whew. Let's save. Wow. Well, that was... let's just say that was a little bit of an overcomplicated day so far. And let's take just a really short break. I need to bring in something to drink. And to just relax after this crafting madness that we had today. Wow. Really, that was just crafting madness. But let's take everyone just a short break. A quick 5 to 6 minutes break. Drink. Eat whatever you need to do, stretch, let in some fresh air. Thank you so very much, everyone, for being here. We're past the the bad part, so to say. No more crafting for a long while. So we're just gonna go on with exploration and doing missions. I'll be right back. Enjoy the break, okay? And I'll see you in just a few minutes.